Can we get pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please? That is pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. As well, SIR staff, you should be at your positions if you're not there already. Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. We are nearly ready to get our first round of time trials started. So, Pro, please make your way to staging lanes 5 and 6. We are calling Super Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. That is Super Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. Calling Super Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Super Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. Calling Super Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Super Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. Super Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Super Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. Can I get testers to staging lanes 1 and 2, please? That is testers to staging lanes 1 and 2. Welcome everyone in the stands to SIR this morning. We are in time trials right now for all of our classes. Good to see you all out this morning. If you are feeling hungry, you can head on over to Hector's Grub Hub, grab yourself a bite to eat. And also, there's a very stellar calendar at the souvenir shop as well. You want to pick one of those up for our 60th anniversary season. It's got all of our race dates on there. It's a good one to have. So, again, if you are feeling hungry, head on over to Hector's Grub Hub. Or, if you want some swag, head on over to the souvenir shop. We are just partway through our time trials this morning. As well, testers, staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Testers, staging lanes 1 and 2. If you are feeling hungry, head on over to Hector's Grub Hub, grab yourself a bite to eat. As well, we've got testers coming to 1 and 2, please. That'll be testers to 1 and 2. Hector's Grub Hub, of course, the best damn food you can have at a racetrack. I'm not sure if the beer garden is open yet, but it will certainly be available. In those cases, return your receipts there if you buy some Great West stuff, because that helps us here out at the track. And as well, we will need to thank some of our sponsors here this morning to make sure they, help us out here. So we want to thank the Last Mountain Berry Farms, Rod's Custom Carts, Rod's Hot Rods, United Rentals, Tiger Automotive, Flyman Trailers, Butler Buyers, Q-Line Trucking, Performance Plus, Audio Warehouse, Kubota Saskatoon, Globe Printers, Medivie, of course, for supplying the ambulance and the paramedics today. We want to thank them for being out here. And can we get Sportsman to staging lanes 5 and 6, please? That is Sportsman to staging lanes 5 and 6. As well, we want to thank VP Fuels, OK Tire, Queen City Performance, SGI, the Great Western Brewing Company, and the Mackenzie Automotive. the Mackenzie Automotive Wholesale sponsoring our beer garden. As well, you can head on down to the souvenir shop. There is ear protection if you need it there. There's also some great 60th anniversary swag, t-shirts, stickers, and a very excellent calendar with all of our race days on it. You're going to want to make sure that you have one of those so you know when all of the cool stuff is happening here at SIR. If I get Sportsman to 5 and 6, please. Sportsman to 5 and 6. So, Sportsman to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman to staging lanes 5 and 6 so we can keep the time trials rolling. Sportsman, you can make your way to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. That is Sportsman to staging lanes 5 and 6. We just got to check something out here on the track. There was a bunch of smoke on our last pass, and so we want to thank again Rod's Custom Carts for sponsoring this really stellar cart as we send some of our staff up the track to find out exactly what happened. So we will be back to action in a little bit. If you're feeling hungry, Hector's Grub Hub, I believe, is open, and is a souvenir shop as well if you want to grab some stuff there. And don't forget, in 2 weeks, that's the 19th, 20th, and 21st of June, we have our home quarter drag and drive. You're going to want to follow them on Facebook, wherever else they may be, to find out all the details about a neat twist on the drag and drive situation here. The home quarter drag and drive is unique in that the drive part ends up back here at SIR each night. So there'll be time trials on Friday and Saturday. There'll be a drive on Friday night and Saturday. And then we end here on Sunday the 21st. So we are going to want to mark that in your calendar as well. And then we'll have points races 4 and 5 on the 27th of June as well. Again, you can have all of this fantastic information if you go down to the souvenir shop, buy yourself one of our 60th anniversary calendars. There's all kinds of neat photos from the history here at SIR. Again, we're just checking out something on the track. Sportsman, if you want to make your way to station lanes 5 and 6, that would be fantastic. Thank you. We are calling Junior Street to staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Junior Street to 3 and 4, and Junior Dragster to 1, please. That is Junior Street to 3 and 4. Junior Dragster to staging lane 1, please. Can we get Junior Street to staging lanes 3 and 4, please? Junior Street to 3 and 4. Junior Dragster to staging lane 1, please. Junior Dragster to staging lane 1. Can we get Street Legal to staging lanes 5 and 6, please? Street Legal to staging lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street 3, 4. Junior Dragster staging lane 1. And that is Street Legal to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Street legal to 5 and 6, please. Street legal to 5 and 6. If you want to make your way there, that is street legal to staging lanes 5 and 6. Just a reminder to everyone that the left lane has a right of way at the top end. So if you are in the right lane and you get there first, please wait for the vehicle in the left-hand lane to clear the track before clearing it yourself, please. That is, left-hand lane has the right of way at the top end. Thank you. We are calling Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. That is Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. Once again, we're calling Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. That is Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. If you are feeling hungry, you can head on over to Hector's Grubhub, grab yourself a bite to eat. The food there is always delicious. As my friend Ed says, it is the best damn food you can have at a racetrack, and he is absolutely correct. As well, if you're looking for some 60th anniversary Saskatchewan International Raceway swag and merchandise, make your way on over to the souvenir shop. There's an amazing looking calendar with all of our race dates there as well. As well, we need to thank all of our staff who've been out here working since very early this morning. Thank you to all of you for putting in the work today so we can go racing. Much, much appreciated. Thank you very much. As well, we are still calling Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6 for our second round of time trials, please. That is Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6 for our second round of time trials. As well, we're going to take a moment and thank some of our sponsors. We've got YXE Jeep and Ram Center of Saskatoon, the Saskatoon Truck Center, Continental Auto Body and Restoration, Laser Auto Body, ABS Competition Enterprises out of Regina, Amigos Auto Wrecking out of Clavette, Audio Warehouse of Saskatoon, BBJ 5-Star Service, ECU Works, Extreme Transmission of Saskatoon, Hardcore Performance Specialties, Hub Automatic Transmission, Impact Diesel Performance, Kelvin's Wheel, Lesco Distributors out of Edmonton, Newell Auto Incorporated, Performance Plus, Precision Performance, Precise Engines, Queen City Performance, Randy's Diesel Repair, RPM of Saskatoon, RWH Motorsports, the Saskatoon Co-op on Avenue C, Superior Diesel Services, Thane's Big T Auto Repair, and Tiger Automotive. If you want some of that sweet SIR swag, you can make your way over to the souvenir shop between the hours of 11 and 4 today. It's the last weekend to order jackets. As well, we've got our pit vehicle race tonight. It's $20. You pay in the souvenir shop by 4 o'clock p.m. Those races will begin right after our last elimination race. As well, there are prizes for best costume. That's prizes for best costume in our pit vehicle race that's going to take place after our last elimination race this afternoon. So again, that's the souvenir shop 11 to 4, and grab some stuff. As well, we want to continue thanking our sponsors here: Batco Manufacturing, Full Line Ag of Saskatoon, Unified Auto Parts Napa, Sask Auto Lift, CIWS Canadian Industrial Welding Services, DAB Welding of Saskatoon, Dynacrane Services, Inland Concrete, Ishtar Concrete of Saskatoon, Scooters Trenching, Whitecap Supply, and Zay Countertops. As well, we're going to thank the Sask Lotteries, the Snooker Shack, and Crosscut Films, Axis Electric, Avenir Energy, TR Petroleum, and VP Racing Fuels of Saskatoon and Calgary. As well, we want to thank Wendell Clark's Pepsi Cola Canada, Medivie Health Services West for being out with us here today, the Saskatoon Police Service, and the Saskatoon Police Street Legal Safety Program, which ran last night, as well as SGI. As well, we would like to thank Competition Muffler, Dennis Tire Center, OK Tire, Garage Inc., Classic Promotions, Globe Printers of Saskatoon, Impressions in Thed, Regina, LB Signs of Saskatoon, Listowel Trophies Limited, the Quick Times Magazine, as well as United Rentals, Link Trailer Rentals, Little John Rentals of Saskatoon, and the Rent It Store of Saskatoon. We're also going to thank Nordic Fencing, Diesel Medics Limited, Haga HD Mechanics, Beaver Container Systems, Sandman Hotel Saskatoon, Neighbors Mechanical, Travel Lodge Saskatoon, Aaron Timothy Painting, Royal Towing Saskatoon, Classic Car Wash, JR & Co. Roofing Contractors, The Last Mountain Berry Farms, Mac Tools, Outlaw Metal Fabrication, Metal Dynamics Incorporated, Metal Supermarkets, Q-Line Truckin', Trax Footwear, Triumph Contractors, Kim Breckner, the MLA for Saskatoon Riversdale, Astro Towing, Here Right Canada Saskatoon, and Transcare Rescue, along with Whitehead Trucking. As well, our photographer for today is Richard Bedford Photography. If you want to print, you can talk to him, find him on Facebook, and order one of those up. All right, we are calling Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. That is Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. Can we get Super Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please? That is Super Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Super Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Super Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. Can we get testers to staging lanes 1 and 2, please? That is testers to staging lanes 1 and 2. As well, if you are feeling hungry, make your way over to Hector's Grub Hub, grab yourself a nice bite to eat. Or you can head on over to the souvenir shop between 11 and 4 o'clock today. It's the last weekend to order jackets if you're looking for one. We've got our pit vehicle race tonight. That's $20 to enter. You can do that, pay at the souvenir shop before 4 o'clock p.m. That race will begin right after our last elimination race. And again, as a reminder, there are prizes for best costume. But again, we are calling testers to staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Testers to staging lanes 1 and 2. Calling testers to staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Testers to staging lanes 1 and 2. Looks like we got something to check out on the track. So again, we're going to thank Rod's Custom Carts for the golf cart that our intrepid track staff is using today to examine all of the things that are going on. So thanks again to them. If you are feeling hungry, Hector's Grub Hub is open. You can grab yourself a bite to eat. And as well, I'm not sure if the beer garden's open yet, but eventually it will be. And you can make your way on to the Mackenzie Auto Group Beer Garden. Grab yourself a crisp, cool, clean, responsible adult beverage. And again, if you are buying Great West products from them, return the receipts to them, and that helps out the track. So please do that as well. Again, we want to thank all of our staff working here today, keeping things going for us. As we check things out at the top end, we'll take a moment, thank some of our sponsors. We've got Last Mountain Berry Farms. You can spread the joy at lmbf.com. As we mentioned, Rod's Custom Carts, they are electric carts built for Saskatchewan lake life, golf, and agriculture. You can find them at rodcustomcarts.ca or visit them at 2631 Faithful Avenue. Rod's Hot Rods as well for hot rods, customs, and sales. That's rodshotrods.ca. You can find them at 2623A Faithful Avenue. As well, we want to thank United Rentals. They are connecting the worksite. You can find them, unitedrentals.com or 4010 Thatcher. And Lindsay from LS Concrete in the house today. Want to give a shout out, some thanks.
He actually purchased some wood for the grandstand.
Oh, I see. He purchased some wood for the grandstand, so we want to thank him, Lindsay, for doing that for us. Greatly appreciated. Again, I saw on Facebook we had some of our volunteers out yesterday, I believe, working on the grandstand, so thanks to everyone who did that as well. As well, we want to thank our lane sponsor, Right Hand Lane, Tiger Automotive. They're your one-stop shop for all your vehicle needs. You can find them at tigerautomotive.com, 286 Venture Crescent. Moving across to the other lane, that's VP Fuels lane when it matters most. VP Fuels of Calgary and Saskatoon, vpracingfuels.com. As well, we want to thank Flamin Trailers. They are building their business one relationship at a time. You can find out more at www.flamin.com. As well, we want to thank Butler Buyers. Welcome to Insurance Made Easy, butlerbuyers.com, 301 4th Avenue North, 3929 on 8th Street. Q-Line Trucking, moving the world. You can find them at qlinetrucking.com or 101 Worts Avenue in the Corman Industrial Park. Performance Plus, innovative performance upgrades. You can find them at performanceplus.com, 416 22nd Street West here in Saskatoon. As well as Audio Warehouse, audiowarehouse.ca. You can find them here in Saskatoon as well. They've been doing 60 years of sound, and they are your home audio specialists. We want to thank Kubota of Saskatoon as well. They've sponsored one of the side-by-sides with the FOD mat on it, the Foreign Object Debris mat. We haven't had to use it yet today, thankfully, but we want to thank them all the same for sponsoring that. You can find them at 34 Capitol Circle or Kubota of Saskatoon.com. Globe Printers as well. They've been making clients look good since 1973. globesas.com or 217 Jessup Avenue. Can we get sportsmen to staging lanes 5 and 6, please? That is sportsmen to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Can we get sportsmen to staging lanes 5 and 6, please? That is sportsmen for staging lanes 5 and 6. Calling sportsmen again to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. That is sportsmen to staging lanes 5 and 6. Can we get Junior Street to staging lanes 3 and 4, please? That is Junior Street to staging lanes 3 and 4. If we get Junior Street to staging lanes 3 and 4, please. That is Junior Street to staging lanes 3 and 4. Thank you. Calling Junior Dragster to staging lane 1, please. That is Junior Dragster to staging lane 1.
Your last call for Junior Street.
And this is the last call for Junior Street to lanes 3 and 4, please. If you are running Junior Street wanting to get another time trial in, this is your last call. Please make your way to staging lanes 3 and 4 immediately, please. Junior Dragster, you can make your way to staging lane 1. Thank you. Can we get street legal to staging lanes 5 and 6, please? Street legal to staging lanes 5 and 6. Can we get street legal to staging lanes 5 and 6, please? Street legal to staging lanes 5 and 6. We are calling street legal to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Street legal to staging lanes 5 and 6. Can we get Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please? That is Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. We want to thank Kubota of Saskatoon for the Kubota side-by-side that's out there with the FODMAT right now, doing a drag for us, making sure there's nothing untoward down on the track. If you are feeling hungry, you can head on over to Hector's Grubhub, grab yourself a bite to eat from the best damn food you can have at a racetrack. As well, we need to thank Harry at Dynamic Balancing for the new RacerGate. So Harry at Dynamic Balancing, thank you. As well, the souvenir shop is open from 11 till 4 p.m. It is your last weekend to order jackets. And if you're entering the pit vehicle race, that is $20 that you can pay in the souvenir shop by 4 o'clock p.m. That race is going to begin after our last elimination race, and there are prizes for best costume. So if you need some SIR swag, you can head on over to the souvenir shop. We've got some 60th anniversary shirts and stickers, as well as a lovely 60th anniversary SIR calendar with all of our race dates on it. You're going to want to pick one of those up so you can keep track of all the cool things that are going on here this year. So we look forward to seeing you down at the souvenir shop. While we're doing a bit of prep here, if we could get Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please, that would be Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Thank you very much. And while we've got a moment, we're going to draw your attention to the schedule for the next little bit here. So we've got points race number 2 today, points race number 3 tomorrow. June 19th to 21st, we've got the home quarter drag and drive. Looking forward to that one. That was a fun event last year, and I suspect it's going to be even more fun this year. After that, we'll have Street Legal on June 26th. Points races 4 and 5 will go on the 27th and 28th of June. And then another one of our specialty events at the beginning of July. That is Heads Up Havoc on the 3rd and 4th. It's an 8th-mile race. It was a ton of fun last year, and it is going to be spectacular again this year. Following that up, we'll have July 17th, another Performance Plus Street Legal. On the 18th and 19th of July, you'll find us here for points race number 6 and 7. And then on the 29th, the Miles of Mayhem will be making their stop here. And then, my friends, August comes. In August, you're going to want to be here. August 14th, that is points race number 8. And on the 15th, it is the 60th anniversary show of the Southwind Showdown on August 15th. Make sure you've got that one locked into your calendar. Set all the reminders. Bring all your friends and even your enemies, because we're going to have a great time at the Southwind Showdown. That's August 15th. And then rounding out August on the 29th and 30th will be our points season final. That'll be races number 9 and 10. And then we'll have Street Legal on the 13th and 27th of September, and our Big Bucks fall finale on the 19th and 20th of September. So that's just a look ahead of all of the cool things that are going to be happening here out at SIR this season. Again, this is points race number 2, and we're looking forward to having a spectacular the last round of time trials, and then we'll be into eliminations. So enjoy the rest of the morning. If you're feeling hungry, head on over to Hector's Grub Hub, grab yourself a bite to eat. I believe the beer garden is open as well. All right, we're going to try something out here as we can proceed through our time trials here this morning. We've got Anita Hendry in the left-hand lane in the 1968 Plymouth Barracuda. She's from the RM of Dundurn. And in the right-hand lane in the Mercury Comet, that was Harlan Coquell storming away down there. Let's see how this one plays out. It'll be Harlan Coquell turning on the wind light on that pass of our time trials here. Again, I mean, we're not racing, but are we ever really not racing? Exactly. And so we are going to do a little bit of testing here on our mic system. Going to see if I can talk over the music without too much problem, and that'll give us some more options as we move on through the rest of the point series here. So just testing it out. You'll hear more from me once we get into eliminations, that's for sure. And we're going to try without the music here as well, just to make sure we're good to go. All right. Awesome. All right. Perry Fletcher turns on the wind light with Glenn Wright. Behind on that one, again, if you're feeling hungry, head on over to Hector's Grubhub, grab yourself a bite to eat. The souvenir shop will be open until 4 o'clock today. Last weekend to order jackets. And if you got $20 and you want to race your pit vehicle, today is the day to do that. Sign up at the souvenir shop before 4 o'clock. As well, we want to thank Harry at Dynamic Balancing for the new RacerGate. Just proceeding our way through Trident Trials. Like I say, you'll hear more of me once we get back to eliminations in the afternoon. Just checking something out here. We're going to send that beautiful Rod's Custom Carts golf cart to check something out here. We'll be back with you shortly. We want to thank again all of our sponsors for being with us here today. Whitehead Trucking, Transcare Rescue, Here Right Canada of Saskatoon, Astro Towing, Kim Breckner, the MLA for Saskatoon Riversdale, Triumph Contractors, Trax Footwear, Q-Line Trucking, Metal Supermarkets, Metal Dynamics Incorporated, Outlaw Metal Fabrication, Mac Tools, Last Mountain Berry Farms, JR & Co. Roofing Contractors, Classic Car Wash, Royal Towing of Saskatoon, Aaron Timothy Painting, the Travel Lodge of Saskatoon, Neighbors Mechanical, Sandman Hotel Saskatoon, Beaver Container Systems, Haggett HD Mechanics, the Diesel Medics, and Nordic Fencing. We also want to thank United Rentals, Link Trailer Rentals, Little John Rentals, and the Rented Store. Little John Rentals and Rented Store, both of Saskatoon. As well, we want to thank Quick Times Magazine, List Towel Trophies Limited, LB Signs, Impressions in Thread of Regina, Globe Printer Saskatoon, Classic Promotions, and Garage Inc. As well, OK Tire, Dennis Tire Center, and Competition Muffler. As well, we want to thank SGI, the Saskatoon Police Service, and the Saskatoon Police Street Legal Safety Program, Medivie Health Services for always having our back here at the track, and thank you to them for the ambulance and the paramedics. We also thank Pepsi Cola Canada of Saskatoon, Wendell Clark's, VP Racing Fuels of Saskatoon and Calgary, TR Petroleum, Avenir Energy, Axis Electric of Saskatoon. As well, our entertainment sponsors, we've got Crosscut Films, Snooker Shack, and Sask Lotteries. And for your concrete welding and construction supplies, you want to talk to Canadian Industrial Welding Services, CIWS, DAB Welding of Saskatoon, Dynacrane Services, Inland Concrete, Ishtar Concrete of Saskatoon, Scooters Trenching, Whitecap Supply, and Zell Countertops. For auto and farm supplies, talk to Backhoe Manufacturing, Full Line Ag of Saskatoon, Unified Auto Parts Napa, and Sask Auto Lift. As well, we want to thank Tiger Automotive for sponsoring our right-hand lane here, Thane's Big T Auto Repair, Superior Diesel Services, the Saskatoon Co-op down on Avenue C, RWH Motorsports, RPM Saskatoon, Randy's Diesel Repair, Queen City Performance, Precise Engines, Precision Performance out of Edmonton, Performance Plus of Saskatoon, Newell Auto Incorporated, Lesco Distributors of Edmonton, Kelvin's Wheel, Impact Diesel Performance, Hub Automatic Transmission, Hardcore Performance Specialties, and Extreme Transmission. As well, ECU Works, BBJ, 5-star service, Audio Warehouse of Saskatoon, Amigos Auto Wrecking out of Clavette, and ABS Competition Enterprises of Regina. And we want to thank Laser Auto Body, Continental Auto Body and Restoration, the Saskatoon Truck Center Rods Hot Rods, and the YXC Jeep and Ram Center of Saskatoon. Again, if you're feeling hungry, you can head on over to Hector's Grub Hub, grab yourself a bite to eat, make your way to the beer gardens, grab yourself a clean, crisp, cool, refreshing adult beverage. And again, if you turn in the receipts for any Great Rest product that you buy, that helps out the track. So please do take advantage of that. Help us out here at SIR for our 60th anniversary season. We're going to call Super Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. That'll be Super Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Can we get Super Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please? That is Super Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. Thank you for your patience, folks. It looks like we're just about ready to get back to it here. Proceeding through our third round of time trials here this morning, or I guess afternoon technically now. Thank you for standing by with us. Again, thanks to all of our staff here at SIR helping us make every race day possible. So thank you to them. We will talk to you, or I will talk to you later. Can I get Jansen Atten and Dave Fuzzy Kerr to the tower, please? That is Jansen Atten and Dave Fuzzy Kerr to the tower, please. Tyson Daranoski to the tower, please. Tyson Daranoski to the tower. I don't think you can hear me. Tyson Daranoski to the tower. Tyson to the tower, please. Tyson Daranoski to the tower. I can see you, but you can't hear me, apparently. Somebody want to tag him on the shoulder and send him our way?
Okay, I'm calling testers to 1 and 2. Testers 1 and 2.
Can you get testers to station lanes 1 and 2, please? Testers to station lanes 1 and 2. Tyson Daranoski to the tower, please.
Hey, Rick Bell, come up here by the tow truck and tell Tyson to come to the tower.
Can we get testers to staging lanes 1 and 2, please? That is testers to staging lanes 1 and 2. Testers to staging lanes 1 and 2, please. That's testers to staging lane 1 and 2.
David, you got about 4 or 5.
Can we get sportsmen to staging lanes 5 and 6, please? That'll be Sportsman to staging lanes 5 and 6. Sportsman to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Calling Sportsman to 5 and 6. Sportsman to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Can we get Junior Street to staging lanes 3 and 4, please? That'll be Junior Street to staging lanes 3 and 4. And Junior Dragster, proceed to staging lane 1, please. So that'll be Junior Street to lanes 3 and 4, and Junior Dragster to staging lane 1, please. Junior Street to 3 and 4. Junior Street to 3 and 4. Junior Dragster to staging lane 1, please. Junior Dragster to staging lane 1. The ladders for Pro and Super Pro are posted. The ladders for Pro and Super Pro are posted. You can go check those out now. That is the ladders for Pro and Super Pro. They are posted. Can we get street legal to staging lanes 5 and 6, please? That is street legal to staging lanes 5 and 6. Can we get street legal to staging lanes 5 and 6, please? Street legal to staging lanes 5 and 6. Sorry, Ed, I'm not talking too much until elimination, so I'm just kind of keeping it real, you know? How is it? Is it broken? No. Oh, is my thing? Yeah, there we go. Can you hear me now? Very good. You ready, Victoria? You ready to rock and roll? Awesome. Leia, Thomas, you guys ready to roll back there too? All right, I got some thumbs up from the staging lanes there. Getting ready for our last round of time trials. And then we'll take a little bit of a break, and then we'll be into eliminations right away this afternoon. So good to see everybody out here. Looks like there's a bit of cloud cover developing. And if you are feeling hungry, now would be the time to head on over to Hector's Grub Hub, the best damn food you can have at a racetrack. And there we go. Oh, and there's a Mackenzie Auto Group Beer Garden as well. Grab yourself a cool, clean, responsible adult beverage. If you keep the receipts for the Great West product though and return it to them, that helps us out at the track. So do that, please. Awesome. Ed, are you running the Challenger today? Oh, they're busy now. Got stuff to do. Just a few more in our street legal time trials here, and then we'll send the juniors out and again. So we will be with you shortly again. Again, if you're feeling hungry, Hector's Grub Hub, Mackenzie Auto Group Beer Garden, all the good stuff. Souvenir shop is open till 4 o'clock today. It's your last weekend to order jackets if you want one of those. And if you're entering the pit vehicle race, you can pay $20 over at the souvenir shop by 4 o'clock p.m. today. And that race will begin right after our last elimination race today. And most importantly, there are prizes for best costume for our pit race tonight. So best costume will win a prize for our pit race this evening. And again, we want to thank Harry at Dynamic Balancing for the new Racer Gate as well. Got a big year here at SIR, and we're preparing as best we can, especially as we get into July and August. But points race number 2, time trials underway for a little bit more here. And then we will get into eliminations this afternoon. Glenn Wright, can we get to the tower? Glenn Wright into the tower, please. Can we get Glenn Wright to the tower, please? That's Glenn Wright to the tower.
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Drivers meeting in 5 minutes at the front of staging at the safety truck. Drivers meeting in 5 minutes at the front of staging in the safety truck. Drivers meeting in 2.5 minutes at the front of staging. Drivers meeting 2.5 minutes at the front of staging, please. Attention to the pits. I still have the street legal ladder to post yet, so just hang tough. I'll bring it down when I come for the drivers meeting. So drivers meeting right now, please.
We are calling pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, folks. Staging lanes 5 and 6 for our pro category. Thank you for the little break there, being patient with us. Got to get the staff track fed and watered as we get ready to head into eliminations this afternoon. So we are going to be doing that right away. We're going to get pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. That is pro to staging lanes 5 and 6 as we begin points race number 2 of our 60th anniversary season here at Saskatchewan International Raceway. This should be a fun afternoon of racing. Got a good car count. So we will be looking for 34 cars in our pro division. That should be a good one. That'll be a full one. We'll kind of keep you apprised of how things are going. Eliminations, you know how they work. One person moves on to the next round. One person moves back to the trailer. So that will begin ready to go very shortly. Thank you to everyone hanging out in the spectator stands, waiting for us there. Just had to get a little bit of track prep done. And we will be going sooner rather than later here. Again, we're calling pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. That is pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. Also, if you have not yet signed up for the pit vehicle race, it is $20. You need to make your way to the souvenir shop before 4 o'clock in order to enter that. That race is going to begin right after our last elimination race. Indeed, there are prizes for best costume. And we want to thank Harry at Dynamic Balancing for the new RacerGate as well. Again, lots of thank yous to everybody. Thanks, of course, to the staff out there working super hard so we can keep the track up and running today. Points race number 2 will begin once we get our little prep that we need to do for our track here. If you are in the pro division, though, you can be making your way to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. If you are in the pro division, please make your way to staging lanes 5 and 6. Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. Let's get eliminations underway. If we can get pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Call in pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. Let's find your partner and rock and roll. Calling pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Calling pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. We're looking for pro in staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. There'll be 17 pairs of you. Thanks to everybody who's in the staging lanes now. But that is pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. All right, I see a few people rolling into the stands here. Thank you for hanging out with us this afternoon. How many of you in the stands, this is your first drag race that you've been to here? Okay, I see one hand, but his friend's laughing, so, I don't know if I believe you, sir. I'm not sure that I do. But if, for some reason, this is your first drag race here at SIR, we do something called bracket racing. Now, bracket racing allows us to have a large variety of vehicles all competing in the same class. So what you're going to see, there'll be a number of vehicles where one vehicle is going to leave before the other, and that is on purpose for the most part. We do something called bracket racing, so every car you're going to see is going to have a dial-in time on its window. That time will be reflected on the scoreboard at the beginning of the run. Now, the goal of bracket racing is for your vehicle to run the time that you have said it's going to run on the big end. So let's say, for example, if you've said 10 seconds, your car is supposed to run 10. That's what the number you want to go. Because if you go faster than 10 seconds, that will be the end of your day. That's called a breakout. And of course, if you run slower than your dial-in time, well, that's a good way to not win as well. So we'll be seeing that a little bit. Now, there's some real challenges if you have to wait. If you're the second car, sometimes it's easy to get a little antsy and go too soon. And that's one of the challenges of bracket racing. So, in a perfect world, if all works as it should, based on the dial-in times, both vehicles should arrive at the finish line at the same time, regardless of when they left. Now, the other factor in that, of course, is reaction time. How quick did the driver cut that light? That is part of the game here as well. So there's a lot of ways to lose a bracket race. It's very, very difficult to win one, but there's a lot of ways to lose. You can leave too early off the start. That's called a red light. That'll end your day real fast. You can break out, or you can just be slower than your dial-in time. So there's a few options there on how to do that. So that will be what we're looking for. I'll try and explain it as we go. And if you are watching online via YouTube, please do drop a comment as well in our live stream. Excited to have you all here today. Let us know where you're from. Let us know where you're from. Drop a comment. Tell us where you're from. That would be great. Be nice to know kind of where everybody is from. So if you are comfortable doing that, just even drop your province. You know, if you don't want to drop your city, that's fine. Drop that in the chat. Looking forward to that as well. Final call for pro. Final call for pro. This is the final call for pro. You better be in those staging lanes.
Okay, let's go. We got test one first.
All right, we're going to run a test core here before we begin our pro class eliminations. This should be a good one. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've been looking forward to watching this car run. I've seen it a few times run a few times in the time trials this morning. Had some solid passes, so we'll see if we can hook up all the way down the track on this one. This is Russ Flamin, of course. This is a 1969 Pontiac GTO. All rise for the judge, making the haul up from Regina to be here with us today. This car is bad fast. Absolutely love the look of this car as well, with the patina look. Fantastic stuff. We're getting ready for our first burnout. Let's rock and roll. There we go. Go getting those back tires heated up, making sure they're going to stick to the track when he gets on the loud pedal. Just bumping into those pre-stage lights. Oh. Rolled through the beam there a little bit, I think. Just had to let it reset the timing on that one. Not a big deal. Ooh, smoked the tires on that one. Pretty solid reaction time, though. And we will see what he runs on this one. Not the quickest pass he's made so far today, but really smoked the tires at the hit of the throttle there, so that makes sense. Going to ease off of it, and we won't talk about those numbers, ladies and gentlemen. We'll just let those go. But with our first pair in the pro category, this is Dwight Grzybowski out of Martinsville in the Stolen Dignity 1974 Plymouth Duster. And in the right-hand lane, that is Perry Fletcher out of White City, Saskatchewan in the 1964 Plymouth Belvedere. Again, one of these vehicles will advance to the next round. One will be done for the day. It all hinges on that reaction time. It all hinges on that dial-in time. Left lane 10:47, right lane 10:22. Be a slight advantage to the car in the left-hand lane if I'm doing my math right. So waking up here. Small advantage for Stolen Dignity, but Perry Fletcher's going to hunt it down. Again, the goal, you got to get to the top end without breaking out. And it's a 10:49 for Dwight Grzybowski in the left-hand lane. He ran a 10:49 on a 10:47. All right, next pair. Mike Alexander from Regina, 1964 Plymouth Belvedere. He's got his dial in at 10:08. And then in the right-hand lane, it's Ken Daly. Watch this one. He likes to get those wheel stands going. He's dialed in at 10:02 at the top end. Pretty close to even start, so both drivers are going to have to be very, very dialed on that tree because it's easy to get jumpy. It's exactly what we're talking about. Ken Daly goes red, so the win light comes on for Mike Alexander. Mike Alexander will move on to round number 2. Next up, we have Keith DeJarlis in a 1967 Pontiac Beaumont. Again, I love the life advice on the back window. Go fast, don't die. Very important. Very important. We got some sponsors to thank for him. Dynacrane, Deck Bros Performance, ABS Competition, Pro Reefer Services, and Link Trailers. In the right-hand lane, hailing from Martinsville, is Nolan Penner in a 1966 Ford Fairlane. As we get ready to bump in, tickle the light bulbs, as they say. Both cars have moved into pre-stage. And we got ourselves a bit of... Oh, no, never mind. Keith is staged. Nolan is staged. And the win light is going to come on for Keith DeJarlis. Nolan Penner left just a little bit too early and turned on the red light. Keith DeJarlis will run an 11:49 on an 11:49. He's going to be happy with that. That's exactly what you want to do. That number at the big end, that's the number you want to run. And Keith did that. That was an 11:49 on 11:49. All right, next up, Tyson Daranowski. He wants a big thank you to RWH Laser, Triumph Construction, Bridges Health, Laser Auto Body, and, of course, his beautiful, supportive wife. Hailing from Casa Rio in the 99 S10, he's dialed in at a 10:75. And in the right-hand lane is Glenn Wright out of Vanscoy. That's not a 72 Dodge Challenger. He's dialed in at 11:37. And we've got a clean start. Reaction time advantage goes to Glenn Wright. We'll see what happens at the top end, folks. And through the top end, oh, Glenn Wright is going to turn the win light on. Glenn Wright runs an 11:37 on an 11:37. Now Bess Tyson's 10:77 on 10:75. So that will mean Glenn Wright moves on to the next round. All right, next pair, Brian Hicks from Regina, 1969 Chevrolet Chevelle. And in the right-hand lane is Dale Wiest out of Regina. That's a 1970 Olds 442 W30. Left-hand lane dialed in at 11:17. He'll get the head start. The Olds dialed in at a 10:42. The Olds is going to try and reel him back in, but it's going to be tight at the top end, folks. Let's see what happens. Oh, lots of smoke. Tons of smoke out of the left-hand lane. We'll turn the win light on, but there is all kinds of smoke. Safety truck already responding to see what's going on. We're going to shut it down here right away and make sure of what happened here. Again, our safety truck moving super quick to see what's happening. But just a ton of smoke out near the top end before something went awry there. Just waiting to hear a little bit. There will be a slight break in the action here. As again, we're sending everybody down to get it checked out right away. And while we've got a quick moment, we're going to thank our sponsors again, because we can't do it without them. We got the Last Mountain Berry Farms, They want you to spread the joy, and you can do so if you visit lmbf.com. As well, you've seen it there. It's ready to go. It hasn't left yet, but that is the Rod's Custom Carts. That is an electric cart built for Saskatchewan lake life, golf, and agriculture. You can find them at rodcustoms.ca, or you can visit them in person, 2631 Faithful Avenue. And again, you can give a wave to our racers as they head down the return road as well for a job well done. And we want to thank all of our staff as well. Starting line, ET booth, deep staging, the whole kit and caboodle. We can't do it without you. So thank you once again to all of our staff putting in the work on a beautiful, it was sunny, but it's now cloudy, but it's still a beautiful Saturday afternoon. We also want to thank Rod's Hot Rods, rodshotrods.ca, or you should visit their showroom. It's pretty impressive. It's 2623A Faithful Avenue. And as well, we want to thank United Rentals. You can see the light stands that we've got ready for our feature race for sure, and maybe sooner than that, but they are connecting the work site. You can find them at 410 Thatcher Avenue, or if you want to join them on the World Wide Web, you can find them at unitedrentals.com. We'll thank our lane sponsor for that right-hand lane. That's Tiger Automotive. They're your one-stop shop for all your vehicle needs. TigerAutomotive.com, or you can visit their showroom, 286 Venture Crescent. We also want to thank Flamin' Trailers, one relationship at a time. You can find them at www.flamin.com. And also, we want to thank Butler Buyers. Welcome to Insurance Made Easy. You can find them at butlerbuyers.com, or if you want to visit them in person, 301 4th Avenue North here in Saskatoon, or 3929 8th Street East, also here in Saskatoon. And we want to thank Q-Line Trucking, moving the world. QLineTrucking.com, 101 Wirtz Avenue, right here in Saskatoon in the Corman Industrial Park. As well, we want to thank Performance Plus, innovative performance upgrades, performanceplus.com, 416 22nd Street West. And if you want to grab something from the souvenir shop, you can do so for the next hour and 15 minutes. It is open till 4 o'clock. There is all kinds of cool 60th anniversary stuff in there, including this super sweet calendar that I am looking at right now. This thing is huge, and it's got all kinds of photos in it from across the history of Saskatchewan International Raceway, so you'll want to check one out. You'll want to take one home and hang it in the garage. And most importantly, it's got all of our race dates in the calendar, so you'll want that so you don't miss a single moment of the action here at SIR. Speaking of not missing any of the action here at SIR, we got a few events yet to come, of course. We're just getting started in our season. This is only race number 2. Tomorrow, points race number 3 will go. And then June 19th to 21st, that's going to be the home quarter Dragon Drive event. It was super fun last year. I have no reason to expect it'll be any different this year. I believe the route was shared on Facebook as well. You can find them at the Home Quarter Dragon Drive on Facebook. Find out more about that. And then our Street Legal program returns June 26th. If you are staying in the stands and you're thinking, hey, I could do that, well, Street Legal's for you, $50. And if your vehicle passes tech, you can join us out here on the quarter mile. That will be June 26th is our next Street Legal. And that will be followed by points races number 4 and 5 on the 27th and 28th of June. And then we've got one of our specialty events, July 3rd and 4th, Heads Up Havoc, 8th mile. It was great last year. I had to watch the video after. I was on vacation, so that one is going again. That's July 3rd and 4th. Street Legal will return on the 17th of July. And then points races 6th and 7th will follow on the 18th, 19th. The Miles of Mayhem Tour, or their Dragon Drive event, will join us on July 29th. And then in August is the big one. So the 14th, that's the Friday, is points race number 8. But it's the Saturday, August the 15th, is the Southwind Showdown 60th anniversary edition of that event. You are going to want to be here for that. So that is August 15th. That is the Southwind Showdown. And at the end of August, the 29th and 30th, that'll be our point season final, races 9 and 10. That'll be the last points paying events that we run for this season. And then in September, we'll have 2 street legal dates. That's going to be the 13th and 27th. And then our Big Bucks fall finale will be September 19th and 20th. So we're looking forward to all of that. Of course, you can find the schedule on racesir.com. You can find us on Facebook and Instagram and YouTube as well. Every like, share, comment, and subscribe goes a long way. And again, we want to thank all of our staff. They got to take care of all of the details. And they're looking at something up there right now. Again, just a tremendous amount of smoke in the left-hand lane there. That vehicle did turn on the wind light despite everything. So we will see what goes on there. Great to see all the vehicles here in our staging lanes. I love the variety that drag racing brings to us. We've got all kinds of stuff back there. We've got some old school muscle. We've got some mid-school muscle. We've got some new school sports cars. We got a pickup truck in there, folks. We got F-bodies, G-bodies, Mopar. You name it, it's running here today. So this is one of my favorite parts that we have about our drag racing events here is that we got a nice variety of vehicles. Anything you want to build, you can build, and they certainly do. Track team just taking a look at the top end there, trying to figure out what went awry. Safety truck had to run all the way down the shutdown area to see if there's anything in there as well. So, of course, that takes a bit of time. But such is life. We want to be safe when we go drag racing, so we got to do it. We absolutely have to do it, and that's just how it is. You also need to thank Medivie Ambulance for sending us the ambulance and the paramedics as well to go with it. So we appreciate that. We appreciate them having our back at the track. That's Medivie Ambulance. Thanks once again from everyone here at SIR. As well, we need to thank Audio Warehouse. They're your home audio specialist for 60 years of sound in Regina and Saskatoon. You can find out more at audiowarehouse.ca. Now, let's see. Note the Kubota is still parked, but we're going to thank them anyway. Kubota of Saskatoon, they've got our FOD mat tied to the back of that one. It's still sitting parked, thankfully. You can find them at 34 Capitol Circle or KubotaofSaskatoon.com. As well, we need to thank Globe Printers. They've been making clients look good since 1973. www.globesask.com, 217 Jessup Avenue. Just got a brief update, folks. It's going to be about 20 to 30 minutes. There is some transmission oil down at the top end there. Now would be a good time to go grab yourself a bite to eat. Grab yourself a cool, calm, refreshing adult beverage responsibly from the beer garden, or make your way down to the souvenir shop. Grab yourself some merch. It'll be about 20 to 30 minutes, folks. Sorry about that, but that's just how long it's going to take to get things turned around. There's a bit of transmission oil down there, and that absolutely needs to be cleaned up before we can go racing again. We'll just take a moment here because we've got a new piece of equipment working its way down the track, or new to us this year. It's one of our scrubbers. It's supposed to help with the cleanup time and those sorts of things. So track manager Skip's taking it down the quarter mile here to the top end to get things cleaned up. So this is one of the new pieces of equipment that we've added to our arsenal this year of keeping things cleaned up and turned around. So we'll see how this one works out. But yeah, certainly grateful for it. Anything that we can do to speed up any sort of turnaround time that we may need, this scrubber is one of them. And so we're grateful to have it. just checked in with the live stream. We've got at least one person from Okotoks watching today, so thank you for tuning in. Hopefully, we'll be back to action sooner rather than later. But thanks for hanging out with us online all day as well. I also saw somebody asking if there was ambient sound that's going to be through. We're having some issues with that today, so unfortunately, it's just going to be me if you're watching on the live stream. Of course, if you're here in person, you'll hear all the ambient noise of tires, engines, and all that good stuff once we get back to action. But we did want to shout out from Okotoks. Thanks for joining us on today's live stream as well. And again, thanks to everyone in the stands for hanging out with us on a beautiful Saturday afternoon. Always great to see the fine folks who make their way out here to SIR and join us, so thank you very much. And of course, thanks to everyone in the staging lanes getting ready for another round of racing here. Points race number 2 today. Let's see. I wrote down the winners from the last one, so let's see. Alrighty. So in our pro class from points race number 1, that was a couple weeks ago, Braden Haru took home the win. The runner-up on that day was Ryan Appleby. That was in our pro class. Moving into sportsman, the winner of that class was Glenn Wright. Runner-up was Evan Stephenson. In our street legal class, the winner was Evan Stephenson, believe it or not, and then the runner-up was Trevor Jasic. In our junior street division, our winner of points race number 1 was Lucas Guyman, and the runner-up, Kaiden Farr. And then in Super Pro, the winner of that one at our first points race was Travis McBain. Runner-up, Richard Skopik. And in the junior dragster division, our race number 1 winner was Thomas Jasic Flamin. Runner-up, Victoria DeJarlis. So congratulations to all of our winners and runners-up. Of course, everybody on that list will be looking to repeat that performance, and everybody not on that list will be looking to improve to join our winners and our runners-up as we begin our points series race here. 10 races of points-paying events. Number 1 is in the books. We've got our first round of winners and runners-up as well. We'll be adding to that today. Of course, everyone who won, they're going to want to do it again. And everybody who didn't win, they're not going to want them to do it again. So it should be a fun day of competition. I will be back when I've got another update for you. Just a reminder, if you wanted to sign up for the pit vehicle race, you've got 45 minutes left to do so. You can head on over to the souvenir shop. It is $20 to enter. Those races are going to be in right after our last elimination race today, and it'll be prizes for best costume. So that's, you got 45 minutes if you want to head on over to the souvenir shop and buy in to our pit vehicle race as well. They are open for another 45 minutes. If you need some souvenirs, if you need some stickers, some t-shirts, a calendar, all of that good stuff, you can head on over there. Hector's Grub Hub, of course, keeping the fires burning for us. So if you need a bite to eat, you can head over to Hector's Grub Hub, grab yourself some food. Or if you need a drink, you can head on over to the Mackenzie Auto Group Beer Garden and grab yourself a clean, crisp, cool, responsible adult beverage. Want to thank our sponsor, Last Mountain Berry Farms. You can find them at lmbf.ca. They're spreading the joy. They helped us with the scrubber, so a big thanks to them getting it put to good use on our second rather points race there. So thanks again to Last Mountain Berry Farms. You can find them at lmbf.com. You can spread the joy. They've got all kinds of cool flavors on there if you need some jam for your morning breakfast or just for the sheer hell of it as well. You can head on over to lmbf.com and grab yourself some Last Mountain Berry Farms jam. And thanks again for sponsoring the scrubber this year. Going a long way to helping our track turnaround times. Want to thank Hot Rods Carts as well for the beautiful custom golf cart as well. We want to thank them for sponsoring us with that vehicle here. You can find them rodscustomcarts.ca. If you need a cart for your lake, for your golf game, or even just for agriculture as well, head on over to rodscustomcarts.ca and find out what they can do for you. And again, thanks again to the Last Mountain Berry Farms for sponsoring the scrubber. New piece of equipment to us this year, but we are super grateful to have it. Just sending the golf cart with the traction compound down. If you're not familiar with the traction compound, so it smells like model glue a little bit. If you built any models as a kid growing up, that's kind of what it smells like. But what its function is to be ridiculously sticky. So now, if you've spilled a Coke on your nice linoleum kitchen floor, and for some reason you didn't clean it up right away, and you know that sticky feeling it makes as you walk across it, or if you've been to certain other venues, I suppose one might say, you get to the end of the night and you walk and your shoes make that sticky sound. Same idea, but on an industrial scale, industrial strength, as it were, helps us keep everybody tied down to the track. And so we're just going to run our sprayer down there. You can see Skip's out there with the tractor doing some dragging as well, making sure there's nothing left over before we hit it with some traction compound. So if you're wondering what that is, that's what's happening right now. Looks like we've got all the equipment coming back down the track here. That's always a good sign. Not sending more that way. Again, if you wanted to enter into the pit vehicle race, you've got 30 minutes left to do so. Head on over to the souvenir shop, pay your $20 to get in. That race will begin right after our last elimination race today. And of course, there are prizes for best costume as well at our pit vehicle race. So you've got half an hour to get over there and get entered. Or you can buy yourself a souvenir as well. We've got stickers, we've got shirts, we've got calendars. And if you want to order a jacket, this is the last weekend to do so. You're going to want to head on over to the souvenir shop before it closes at 4 o'clock. If you wanted to enter the pit race or do some shopping, now would be the time to go and do that before it closes. Again, we want to thank all of our staff for getting out there and getting the track turned back around for us. Really appreciate all the hard work that you guys put in each and every weekend we go racing. So if you're in the staging lanes or in the pits and you see somebody wearing their SIR staff shirt, give them a pat on the back, give them a thumbs up, let them know you appreciate them because they are working super hard today, making sure everything is safe for us to go racing. That's why we're so meticulous about it, of course. Everybody's got a lot of money invested in their vehicles. Don't want to bang them up. And of course, as you know, people, they're not replaceable. So we want to take good care of them as well. And so that's why we put the effort that we do into getting the track turned around every time. All right, folks, we are back to action. Thanks for hanging in there, for being patient as we get the track turned around. Again, if you've been watching online, we thank you for doing that as well. Super appreciate everyone who joins us on our live stream and in our stands. Thanks again for all of your patience as we get back to our pro category. Next pair of cars are ready to go. You can see their dial-in times on the board at the top end. That's the number that they're going to be shooting for. In the left-hand lane is Al Guyman. The vanity plate says Ketchup from Viceroy, Saskatchewan, a 1970 Plymouth Duster. And in the right-hand lane from Regina is Isaac Stetner. That's a 1969 Dodge Dart. These could have been lot mates back in 1970 if the 69 was still hanging there. Plymouth versus Dodge. We'll see who gets the better of it. Everybody wants those Mopar bragging rights for their particular flavor. Plymouth in the left-hand lane, Dodge in the right. Staged and pre-staged. Almost pre-staged. Made a liar of me on that one. There he goes. Solid reaction time for both vehicles. We'll see how this one goes at the top end. Al Guyman's trying to hold him back, but we'll see. Wind light comes on for Isaac Stetner, running a 10.12 on a 10.06. Al Guyman's day is over after running a 10.90 on a 10.88. That is the trials and travails of bracket racing. You can be close, but close is not always good enough. Sometimes you just have to be perfect. All right, next pair, left-hand lane, Kimberly Gullisher out of Saskatoon, 1968 Pontiac Acadian. And in the right-hand lane is Walter Fruit Loop Furnette's out of Bigger, Saskatchewan. He's rocking an 08 Chevrolet Corvette. 1098 for the Pontiac, 1092 for the Corvette. Let's see what happens as the lights turn green, almost in sequence. Walter's got the better reaction time, but he's got some work to do. Let's see if Kimberly can hold him off at the top end. Oh. Can we get Super Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please? Super Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. Walter Furness turns on the red light. They both ran their dial-in time, but Walter ran it a little bit better. 004 off of his dial to a 009. Walter Furness will advance to the next round. Larry Smith out of Gull Lake in the 1981 Chevrolet Camaro. And in the right-hand lane, he won our first race. It's Braden Haru out of Saskatoon in the 1968 Cutlass 442 by Oldsmobile. He's going to have to wait. Solid reaction time advantage goes to Braden Haru on this one. Let's see how it shakes down at the top end. Braden Haru runs a 9:46 on a 9:38. He's got some thinking to do. Larry Smith runs an 11:06 on an 11 even. Reaction time advantage looks like part of that for Braden on that pass. Next pair, Harold Penner from Martinsville. He's in the left-hand lane in the 1966 Ford Fairlane. Ryan Doherty is in the right-hand lane in the 72 Dodge Challenger. He's hailing from Saskatoon. 10:15 left lane, 10:05 right. And it's going to be a red light for Harold Penner, just though 0032 on the wrong side of red for Harold Penner. Ryan Doherty turns on the win light. All right, this should be a fun matchup, folks. This is Glenn Hendry in the left-hand lane and Anita Hendry in the right. You know this one's going to be for bragging rights and who's doing dishes this week. 10:50 for Glenn, 10:72 for Anita. There's no bragging rights like family bragging rights, so let's see how this one shakes down. Glenn in the left-hand lane, Anita in the right. Clean start for both. Anita with a slight reaction time advantage. She's going to have to work super hard to keep Glenn from coming around at the top end. Let's see what happens here as we go through the top. Anita broke out at 10:71 on a 10:72. That'll turn the win light on for Glenn. 10:52 on a 10:50. Glenn will be happy. Anita will be not so happy, being just a little bit on that wrong side of the breakout. All right, left-hand lane. Jake Fiesel from Regina. Super Pro, 5 and 6, please. Super Pro to 5 and 6, please. Let's go, Super Pro. All right, let's see how this one goes. Camaro in the left-hand lane, D100 in the right. And it's going to be the Dodge pickup truck moving on. Alrighty, left-hand lane, Mike Kilbride Jr. in the 1970 Dodge Dart. He's made the haul up from Regina. And in the right-hand lane is Dave Fuzzy Kerr, also from Regina in the Plymouth Fury. A Queen City showdown and a battle of the Mopars developing. Let's see how this one goes. 009 on the tree for Mike Kilbride in the left-hand lane. Let's see if it makes a difference at the top end. They are absolutely thundering down the track. Mike Kilbride moves on to the next round, running an 11:35 on an 11:26. All right, next pair. This is Greg Ammer out of Regina. That's a 2013 Mustang Cobra Jet. And in the right-hand lane is Ryan Appleby from Emerald Park in the 68 Dodge Charger. Ryan Appleby was runner-up at our points race number 1. He's going to want to advance with a big wheel stand. They are absolutely hammering away at the track today. And it'll be Ryan Appleby turning on the win light with a 976 on that 974. Next pair ready to go. Terry Wagner out of Regina. That's a 1952 Chevrolet pickup. And in the right-hand lane is Mark Bennett out of Emerald Park, the 1971 Plymouth Duster machine. Dial in is a 10-12 and a 914. Mark is going to have to wait almost better part of a second before he gets to go. This is one of the challenges of bracket racing, being in that chase position. Oh, and he goes red. He's going to hand the win over to Terry Wagner. Terry Wagner in the pickup truck will advance to the next round. Heller Bennett brings the Fox Body Mustang, the 1992 version from White City, into our left-hand lane. And in the right-hand lane, that is Hayden Coquell out of Warman. That's a 1962 Mercury Comet. He's dialed in at 10:52. Heller Bennett in the left-hand lane is dialed in at 11:06. She'll get a little bit of a head start. You'll see it on the tree. Hayden trying to chase her down a little bit too early, turns red. Heller Bennett turns on the win light. It'll be Heller Bennett with the win on this one. Brandon Bennett is next with the 1984 edition of the Ford Mustang, and he has found himself against Camden Fiesel in the right-hand lane. That's a 1979 Chevrolet Nova. Got a Ford versus Chevrolet battle, the classic Detroit matchup. Mustang versus Nova, late 70s, mid 80s. Always interesting to see how the body lines develop through the different decades. Light's gonna go green for Camden first. Clean start, folks, but pretty even reaction times. This one's gonna be down to dial, I think. And it's gonna be a 10:23 on a 10:23 for Brandon Bennett. Super Pro, if you're not there, please make your way to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Super Pro, if you are not there, to staging lanes 5 and 6. All right, our next pair is ready to go. Jansen Atten out of Outlook. That's a 1982 Chevrolet Camaro. He's one of the organizers of our home quarter drag and drive event that goes June 19th through 21st here at SIR. And in the right-hand lane is Kelly Kreitzer out of Balgoni. That's a 1982 Chevrolet S10. Had to wait. Had the better reaction time, did the S10. Let's see how this one goes through at the top, though. Oh, look at that. Kelly Kreitzer out of Balgoni in the S10 picks up the win light. 9:09 on a 9:06. And it looks like Jansen broke out just ever so slightly. 009 breakout for Jansen Atten. So, Kelly in the S10 is going to move on to our next round. All right, folks, we are moving into our Super Pro division. This is the fastest class that we run here at SIR. In terms of our point series anyway, of course, if you come out to the feature race in August, you know there's going to be some bad fast vehicles there. But don't sleep on the Super Pro division. They are fast as well. And we've got our first pair up. It's going to be Brian Taylor out of Melfort in the 1978 Chevrolet Malibu. And in the right-hand lane, it's going to be Rich Harder in the 88 S10. Nope, it says S10 on the screen, but that is... Can we get testers to 1 and 2, please? Testers to 1 and 2. Now, I said Rich Harder was in an 88 S10, but that dragster is obviously no S10. So we got the door slammer in the left-hand lane. We got the rail car in the right. 902 for Brian Taylor, 778. For Rich Harder in the dragster, he's going to have to wait about a second and a half. Red light for Brian Taylor. That's going to turn the win light on for Rich Harder. He's going to still run a full pull here and see if his dial-in time is good. No, he's going to let out of it. He's going to let out of it because he turned the win light on and he saw it. Rich Harder is moving on into the next round. Can we get testers to lanes 1 and 2, please? That's testers to lanes 1 and 2. Leroy Schmidt in the 86 Buick Regal in the left-hand lane, and in the right-hand lane, It's an 04 Worthy Red driven by Richard Skopic out of Saskatoon. You can see he's got the Crush It wrap on it this year. That thing is mean looking. But we all know those Regals can be made to be bad fast. It's a 9:29 for Leroy in the left-hand lane versus an 8:14 for the rail car in the right. Rail car is going to have to wait a second and a tenth. And it's going to be a red light for the Buick. Richard's going to move on to the next round. We got to shut her down. We got to shut it down. There's something on the track we got to check out, folks.
So right at the 8th mile, it's up against the right wall. I can see it here. It's flat in the right lane. Doug's there, guys. Doug's jumping the wall.
Just got to find something out at the 8th mile there. Something came.
Doug, it's towards the 8th. How did you bring that? Go.
Just have a piece of debris we need to track down here. Doug is on it. Let's see what he can find. Again, we would need to thank all of our staff responding to everything that goes on throughout the race day. Whether it's running starting line or trying to find debris on the track, we need to thank each and every one of them for their time and contributions to making our race days exactly as good as they are. So thanks again. So thanks again to all of our staff giving up their weekends to be here with us. All right back to it, folks. All right, in the left-hand lane is Chris Gessner. And in the right-hand lane is Travis McBain. He won points race number 1 in our Super Pro category. He's in the right-hand lane. You're going to know he's going to want to advance and keep extending that points lead from points race number 1. Chris Gessner out of Dundurn, though, is going to have something to say about it. Pretty close race. And Travis McBain's day is done. He turns on the red light. The wind light comes on for Chris Gessner. Out of Dundurn, the 65 Plymouth Belvedere advances to the next round. He did break out, though, so he might need to think about his dial-in time. But regardless... So Chris Gessner will advance. Our next pair, Kim Bodnard, is in the left-hand lane, and Taryn McBain in the dragster is in the right-hand lane. That's a 1984 Chevrolet Camaro, the black and orange car in the left-hand lane, and that's a 2012 Diamond dragster in the right-hand lane. Taryn McBain is going to have to wait almost a full second. That will be just a little bit more than a full second. A 782 on the dial-in for the dragster. Clean start for both. Reaction time advantage goes to Kim Bodnard. Let's see how this one goes, folks. It's going to be close. And it's going to be Taryn McBain turning on the wind light, a 784 on a 782. Kim Bodnard ran an 889 on an 881. If anyone is missing a filler cap, it was on the track and it's at the ET booth. So if you are missing a filler cap, make your way over to the ET booth and pick up your piece of equipment there, please, and thank you. And again, we can give a wave to everyone coming back down the return road. Next pair, Bob Fiesel out of Pasqua. That's an 2000 Chevy Dragster versus Clarence Hunko in a 1973 Chevrolet Camaro out of Saskatchewan. This Chevrolet Camaro was the Bad Company Camaro. He told me this morning he wants to get it repainted, but he's thinking he might just stick the name on it. As he noted, paint is expensive. Bob Feasel introduced himself to me. He is the ringmaster of the Feasible Racing team, and he's in the rail car. He dialed an 896. He's going to have a long wait on an 1141. Clean start. Good job, both of them. Again, if you are missing a filler cap, please make your way to the ET booth. Bob Feasel is going to turn on the wind light on 898 on an 896. Clarence Hunko ran an 1141 on 1141. But Clarence Hunko gave away too much on the tree. All right, next pair, Mark Dick from Osler. That's a 1967 Ford Falcon. And in the right-hand lane is Scott Yaremko out of Chaplin, Saskatchewan. That's a 1967 Acadian Conso. Don't see too many of those, but here it is. Scott Yaremko wants to thank Link Rentals Laser Auto Body ABS competition. Pretty even race, 887 to an 809. Clean start, reaction time advantage goes to Yaremko. Through the quarter mile, it's going to be Yaremko picking up the win. 809 on an 809. Good job on the dial in there. Absolutely correct. And we've got a buy run. This is Sean Lacham out of Pilot Butte. That's a 1967 Chevrolet 2. He wants to thank Impressions in Thread Regina. They are the official supplier of clothing for SIR. And he's dialed in at a 936, so he's got some options. He can stage it and save it, or he can stage it and run and see if his dial-in time was good. Ooh, 934 and a 936. Would have broken out if he wasn't on the buy that time, but... But on the buy run, he's going to put the win in. Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6. That is Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6. Jack Appleby is in the left-hand lane. That's a 1972 Dodge Dart. And in the right-hand lane is Taylor Feasel. That's an 01 Dragster. He'd like to thank Voked Auto, Buyer's Choice, and Key Storage. 802 on the rail, 927 on the Dart. Dart will have a bit of an advantage. And he's going to turn on the wind light. He would have been tough to beat anyways, though. 0075 on the tree for Jack Appleby. And he runs a 929 on a 927. Red light for Taylor Feasel. Jack Appleby moves on. This is probably one of my favorite cars on the premises just because you don't see too many of them. This is a 1970 Chevrolet El Camino. This is Kelly Morrison's ride from Saskatoon. And in the right-hand lane, also from Saskatoon, Kim Breckner. That's a 1932 Austin Bantam Altered. I just absolutely love the look of the El Camino. Again, that's probably a vehicle that could come back, I think. But, yeah, the powers that be say otherwise. All right, both vehicles into pre-stage. Gonna make each other wait. There we go. Kelly Morrison bumps in and Kim follows. Good reaction time for both. Slight reaction time for Kim Breckner. She's in the faster car. She's going to have to try and chase him down. Oh, 753 on a 750 beats a 953 on a 954. Kelly Morrison breaks out. 001 breakout for Kelly Morrison. And then we have Lou Fontaine Jr. in the Ford Falcon in the left-hand lane. Rick Brown making the haul up from Indian Head in the 2006 Chevrolet Corvette. Lou Fontaine Jr. wants to thank Athabasca Catering, Preferred Collision and Glass, Haga HD, Zell Countertop, Shield Coating, Dada Daddio. And in the right-hand lane, Rick Brown wants to thank Stripe Shop and Agri-Tactics Agronomy. This should be a fun race, folks. Both cars are very, very quick. Lou's running a 968 on the dial-in. So that means Rick's going to have to wait just shy of 2 seconds. He's a 772. Sportsman to 5 and 6, please. Sportsman 5 and 6. Clean start for both. Reaction time advantage to Rick Brown at the top end. It's going to be Rick Brown who ran a 773 on a 772. Lou Fontaine Jr. broke out on that one. Jack Friesen out of Osler in the 1936 Fiat Coupe. Don't see very many of those at all in any state of build, but let alone this one. And in the right-hand lane is Fred Schwab from the RM of Dundurn. That's an an AMC Hornet from 1975. Fred Schwab dialed in at 11:39. Jack Friesen's going to have to wait a full 2 seconds before he can chase him down. Again, in bracket racing, the slower car will appear to have a head start. Jack Friesen rolled through way too early, though. Fred Schwab turns on the win light in the Hornet, so it's going to be Fred Schwab moving on to the next round. Fred Schwab was going to be tough to beat anyways, though. He ran an 11:39 on 11:39. Left-hand lane is Austin Stetner. That's a 1927 Ford Model T. He's going to thank BBJ 5-Star Service, Stetner Auto, and Spider Electric. And in the right-hand lane is Wayne McKinnon in the 1997 Chevrolet Cavalier. He also wants to thank BBJ 5-Star Service, Link Trailer, Stripe Shop, and Neighbors Mechanical. Very close race, 909 for the Model T, 940 for the Cavalier are the dial-in times. Just working their way into the pre-stage lights. This will happen sometimes. Sometimes you want to make the other guy wait. Sometimes you want to go in right away and force him to come in. And we're going to have a bit of a staging duel, it looks like here. Everyone's lit the pre-stage, but they're thinking about the stage lights still. Nobody's moving yet. Wayne McKinnon bumps in to the stage lights. Austin Stetner follows. Clean start. Austin Stetner spun the wheels a little bit off the hit of the throttle. Out through the back door. It's going to be Austin Stetner running the 919 on a 909. Wayne McKinnon was off the dial fairly significantly, so we won't talk about that number. Austin Stetner, though, in the 1927 Ford Model T, moves on to the next round. All right, folks, we've got a very special treat for you today. Doing some testing is Mike Gonziola. This is a 2017 Chevrolet Corvette C7 Pro Mod. He is the current track record holder. He set it at our feature race last year. Doing some testing today, so we want to thank them for bringing this vehicle out. It is an absolute masterpiece, very well built, very, very strong running. I am excited to see what this one does today. Laying down some hot rubber, so he's got a nice sticky surface to work off of when he gets onto the loud pedal here. Gonna back him in. This is an absolute beast of a vehicle. If you're interested in taking video and sharing it to social media, this might be a one worth doing it for. So let's see what Mike Gonziola does. Again, he is the current track record holder here at SIR. He set it at the feature race last year. Doing some testing today. Obviously, no obligation to go after that track record, but at the same time, you wonder what he's thinking. Are we testing it? We're going to see how it goes. Purging the nitrous oxide system on the Pro Mod there. That's the white steam you see, and this car is extremely quick. It ran into 5 seconds last year. All right, his team is making sure the wheelie bars are set there to the right height. You can help him get pre-station staged. This is such a treat, folks. Oh, big header flames on there. Still ran a 5 in the 8th mile despite letting go right away. My goodness, folks. So 10:32 at 77 miles an hour, but that was some heavy, heavy action right off the start there, folks. Lots of header flame on that one. You can understand just exactly how much power that vehicle has. Again, just doing some testing today. They'll take it back to the pits and they will figure out what they're going to think with that one, but you got to say it had a really strong start. All right. Looks like we're moving into some testing vehicles here now, folks. Oh, we got a licensing pass here. All right, let's see what he does now. For licensing pass, it's full throttle to certain distances on the track. There's a bunch of passes you need to make throughout the day. So this one will be a relatively short hit, if I'm not mistaken, just to make sure he's got control of the vehicle. That is the point of the licensing passes. So it probably won't be a full pull run. But we will see. He's got to demonstrate he's got control of the vehicle across varying distances and different speeds across the track. Oh, shut off, but back on. Again, this is a licensing pass here.
Oh, is that Closer? Oh, no, he's running an old. I don't know who that is. I'm not
Just getting him set up for his licensing pass here, building a very little bit of RPM there. There we go, licensing pass complete out to 330 feet. And shuts her down, again just demonstrating control of the vehicle at varying distances down our track here. Just waiting for our licensor to clear the top end there. Again, demonstrating control on that licensing pass. Good stuff. And, well, we've got a moment. 50-50 time. If you bought a 50-50 ticket, this is the winning number. It is 2703385. The winning 50-50 ticket number is 2703385. 85. If this is your ticket, please make your way up to the tower and claim your prize. As well, if you are joining us as a spectator from SIR, please do know you can head on into the pits and see the vehicles up close. We just ask that you keep your head on a pivot, watch for traffic before crossing any of the lanes out there, and if someone's up to their elbows in tools, maybe just leave them be. But other than that, if you want some photos of the cars, you can head on down that direction, grab yourself some photos, and participate as part of that. It's one of the cool things that comes with your ticket purchase here at SIR. Opportunity to head down to those pits, see the vehicles up close and personal, and talk to the drivers. They've always got stuff to say about their vehicles, and they love knowing that you care. All right. Looks like we got the top end clear. So we're moving right along. This, race fans, is the latest creation from the Boschman Racing team. This is the Sweet Revenge number 3, Mason Boschman behind the wheel. The vehicle, at one point, was a 1932 Bantam altered. I guess it's been altered. It was a 1932 Bantam that has been altered. There we go. This car was doing really nice at our test and tune, doing some testing yet today, the Sweet Revenge 3. If you follow the Boschman Racing team on Facebook, you can go back and find some photos of the build across the course of the winter. They have high hopes for this vehicle. So let's see what the Sweet Revenge 3 gets up to today. Crew backing him in exactly where they want him. Back into the hot rubber that was just laid down. The Sweet Revenge 3, what a paint job on this vehicle. What an engine as well. All right. Crew turns it over to Mason in the cockpit. Pre-staged and staged. Good solid launch. Good RPM all the way. And lets out a little bit at the top end. Still runs a 908. That's a 908 at 103 miles per hour for the Sweet Revenge 3. You see the crew clapping for that one. Yet again, that's a 908 at 103 for the Sweet Revenge number 3. All right, our next set of testers, left-hand lane, Blair Alderton out of Saskatoon. That's a 2014 Cadillac CTS wagon. And in the right-hand lane, it's one of the SN95 Mustangs. This one from 1995. This one belongs to James Frayne from Weyburn, making the haul up to join us here today. Again, these are testers, so there's no dial-in times. They are just here to run to see what their vehicles will do. Again, everyone had a very busy off-season, I'm sure, with all the tinkering. And sometimes you got to see if that tinkering pays off. Good run for both. Blair Alderton will get there first. A 988 at 139 miles an hour. James Frayne in the 95 Mustang at 1099 at 122. All right, our next tester is Matt Jessup from Regina. This is also an altered Bantam. If you go back into the history of drag racing, the altereds were extremely popular for a very long time in the sport of drag racing. This one is a beautiful example of why that was. This is Matt Jessup from Regina, Saskatchewan in his Bantam Altered. Saw it in time trials this morning. It was quick. Again, just a testing run on this pass, but you know they take it very seriously, gain all the data they can about all the tune-ups and all the parts that they have been working on. All right, let's see what he does. Solid reaction on the tree, nice and straight in the groove. And out the top end, 805, 164. That's an 805 at 164 for Matt Jessup out of Regina in that beautiful Bantam Altered. All right, our next set of testers is Don Giesbrecht from Aberdeen in the 1941 Ford half-ton. And in the right-hand lane, that's Jake Giesbrecht, also from Aberdeen. That's a 1968 Mercury Cougar. Don't see a ton of Mercury Cougars, but they are nice pieces of equipment. '41 half-ton, 68 Mercury Cougar. Good reaction time for the Cougar on this one. Out through the top end, it's going to be the Cougar getting there first. 1059 at 128 to a 1083 at 124 for the 1941 Ford half-ton. Tyson Daronowski bringing his vehicle around for a shot at the testing phase here. Going to collect some data on its dial-in time. I believe he had to change the transmission between the test and tune and points race number 1. Let out of it, just getting some data on that 330 foot, it looks like. 1186 still, 95. It's crazy to me when they run 11s and 10s and you can hear that they haven't been in the throttle the whole distance. All right, we are moving into our next class. This is the Sportsman Division. I like this class. This one is street legal. I really, really enjoy. Partly just because the vehicles can look from pretty stock to fairly hot rodded. And I like that. You know, I love a dragster. I love an altered. But there is something to be said for just plain, straight, old school cool. And the Sportsman and street legal divisions definitely deliver on that. All right, Chris Neal in the left-hand lane is dialed in at 1150. That's his 1974 Plymouth Duster from Regina. In the right-hand lane is Chris Burr from Warman. That's a 1988 Ford Mustang. He's dialed in at 1226. He will get what will appear to be a head start, about 7/10 of a second, if I'm doing the math right. So he's going to leave first. Chris Neal in the Duster is going to have to wait a little bit. Not a lot, though, and that's a real challenging place to be in. Clean start for both. Reaction time advantage to Chris Neal in the Duster. Very even drag race out towards the top end. And it's Chris Neal running an 1170 on an 1150. Gets the better of Chris Burr, who ran a 1249 on a 1226. All right. Getting ready for our next set here. All right, it's Amanda Jasic Flamen from Regina. That's a 1990 Pontiac GTA Trans Am. They were top of the food chain for the Pontiacs of that era. Beautiful car. I can hear the Knight Rider theme playing in my head right now. She's got a solo shot. Good reaction time.
Okay, guys, I am bringing Junior Street to 5 and 6 and Junior Dragster to 1.
Can we get Junior Street to staging lanes 5 and 6? That is Junior Street to 5 and 6. Junior Dragster. That's Junior Dragster. Proceed to staging lane 1, please. Junior Street, 5 and 6. Junior Dragster, staging lane 1, please.
Why aren't they checking their boards?
All right. Next up is Brett Esks Jr. from Albertville. That's a 1967 Plymouth Satellite. And in the right-hand lane is Sidney Weeks. That's a 1964 Dodge Polara. The Polara is going to get the slight advantage at the tree. Oh, and it's going to be a win light. Brett Esks turns on the red light. Left too soon. Sidney Weeks will advance to the next round. And he's going to run it out. It sounds like 13-0 on a 1297. It's also in our sportsman and street legal divisions that sometimes you see some pretty long timing changes here. So the right-hand lane, that's Chad Novak in the Dodge Dart. He's dialed in at a 1763. Garrett Gerwing in the left-hand lane is in a 2010 Dodge Charger, and Garrett's going to have to wait, listen to this, folks, 4.5 seconds. Chad Novak was solid on the tree. Let's see what Garrett does, if he can hunt him down before the top end. And it's Chad Novak running a 1766 on a 1763. I saw him tap the brakes just ever so slightly. The brake lights came on that stock Dart. Garrett was close. He ran a 1323 on a 1313. But Chad Novak was closer, so Chad Novak advances. All right, left-hand lane is Evan Stephenson. He was the runner-up in this division last time out. That's a 1978 Dodge Aspen, and it's Adam Steltner out of Weyburn in a 1968 Chevrolet Impala, and it's going to be the Impala moving on. Adam Steltner out of Weyburn with the win, ran a 1207 on a 1203. All right, our next set is ready. Glenn Wright in the left-hand lane. Glenn Wright won this division at points race number 1. He's got Sherry Gordon in the right-hand lane. Sherry Gordon's been absolutely phenomenal on the reaction times. She had a perfect one earlier today, and she does hold the reaction time advantage now. The Magnum is going to have to try and hold off the Kia. Let's see what happens at the top end. Brake lights on, 11:39 for Glenn Wright. So Sherry Gordon's day comes to an end. Glenn Wright will have the chance to move on to the next round to defend his win from points race number 1. All right, next up, Chuck Ackister out of Moose Jaw. That's a 1971 Dodge D100. And Roy Wright out of Vanscoy in the 2023 dual motor Tesla. Very even dial-in times. This is pretty close to heads up. Let's see how it goes. The Dodge is trying to hold it off. What's going to go? It's going to be the Tesla, 1234 on a 1230. Pickup truck ran a 1280 on a 1280, but the reaction time. Junior Dragster to staging lane 1, please. That is Junior Dragster to staging lane 1, please. All right. In the left-hand lane is Jace Steele. That's a 2015 Jeep Grand Cherokee, thanking Superior Diesel RWH transmission and Outcast Racing. And in the right-hand lane, this is probably the most unique vehicle that's on the property here today. This is a 1977 AMC Gremlin. This one belonging to Terry Willard from Frobisher, Saskatchewan. Terry had to wait. Clean start. Jace had the better reaction time. Let's see. The Gremlin's going to have to try and hunt it down right at the top end, and he will. Jace Steele broke out, so Terry Willard in the AMC Gremlin advances to the next round. All right, in the left-hand lane, we've got Darren Shimko from Saskatoon, the 1978 Chevrolet Nova. And in the right-hand lane is Chantel Hendry out of Dundurn, a 1970 Plymouth Duster. Very close race. Darren Shimko holds the reaction time advantage. Oh, it's an even race, folks. I want to pick a winner. It is Darren Shimko with the win, a 1227 on a 1226. So Darren Shimko advances to the next round. Next pair ready to go. Philip Reusser out of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan in the 1979 Dodge pickup truck, dialed in at 1544. Owen Desjarlais in the right-hand lane in the 76 Chevrolet Vega. Will have to wait. Clean start, though. Better reaction time goes to Desjarlais on this one. He's got some work to do to hunt down that big Dodge pickup truck. And it's going to be Owen Desjarlais picks up the win light. All right, just had to hand off the 50-50 winner there to Chad Novak. He's $655 richer. And we're into our junior street legal division here. Just waiting for them to clear the top end before we send the next pair. Junior dragster to stage in lane 1. I think everyone's there, though. Looks like everybody's there. All right, our next pair in the junior street division is Nikita Blanchard in the left-hand lane from Bradwell, Saskatchewan. That's a 2012 Toyota Tacoma. And in the right-hand lane is Laura Pitka from Saskatoon. That's a 1995 Chrysler Intrepid. Saw a lot of Intrepids growing up as a child. They were all over the place. Dialed in at 1171. The Tacoma's dialed in at 1089. Got a clean start for both vehicles. And this is an 8th mile race in our junior street division, so it's not the full quarter. It's 8th, which is right there. And Laura Pitkas with the 1162 at 60 miles an hour is going to advance to the next round. Good run for the Intrepid on that one, taking out the Tacoma. Again, this is the 8th mile division. You got to have a parent or legal guardian in the vehicle with you. So if you are of legal driving age and you have a guardian who wants to try it out, the junior street division is for you. We're running 8th mile for them, and you can run just about anything as long as it passes tech, and this is an example of that. Left-hand lane is Kaiden Farr from Saskatoon. That's a 2019 Dodge Ram Sport. And in the right-hand lane is probably the most unique vehicle, or one of the most unique vehicles. That's a 2012 Honda Odyssey, driven by Naomi Baird from Osler, Saskatchewan. Naomi's going to have the head start. She's dialed in at 1122 to Kaiden's 1033. All right. We've got green lights for both out to the 8th. Dodge Ram's going to have to try and hunt down the Odyssey. And it will do so. 1014 on a 1033 double breakout. But the Ram Sport broke out less. The Odyssey broke out more. Not a whole lot, but still a breakout is a breakout.
I forgot about you. See, I'm so sorry. I'm so not used to doing this.
Alrighty. Looks like we've got one more in the junior street division to go. We'll have a bye run. Just mopping up some stuff off the starting line there. All right, this is Lucas Guyman. And he won our junior street race at points race number 1. So with the bye run, that'll help him on his quest to repeat that feat from Viceroy in the 94 Dodge 2500 on the wrong side of red. But given there's no one in the other lane, no problems there. And runs a 1025 on a 1028. We'll have some thinking to do when it comes back around. Ran a little bit quicker than the dial-in time. And we're just getting the safety truck moved into position because our next class is the junior dragster class. So we got to open up a side gate for them so they've got a place to turn off. And we give them a bit of a hand with the directions at the top end. Our intrepid top end crew there will be guiding them once they've gotten through that 8th mile so they can make that turn off there. So this is our junior dragster division. I like this class. This is a fun class. They're a small dragster. They run a 2-stroke engine, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. 4-stroke engine. Thank you, Ed. Appreciate it. It's always nice to get help from staging lanes when you're saying the wrong thing. So there we go. So they are a 4-stroke engine on the back of these junior dragsters. And considering the age of the drivers, these things are pretty quick. They're certainly going faster than I was at any comparable age, that's for sure. My 10-speed bike don't think I would quite keep up with these in the 8th. That's what I'm thinking. All right, looks like we've got top end squared away there. Gates open. Get everyone settled. Family event here at SIR. A bunch of people running a bunch of different classes together, which is great. It's one of my favorite things about drag racing, the fact that the whole family can do it at the same time. It's not like dad plays hockey and kids play hockey and, can never go to the same event. Family drag racing is awesome because you're able to go all together. So this is Leia Jasic-Flamin out of Regina. This is Martin Jr. dialed in at 1194. She's got the bye run. Taking the time to make sure she's staged up the way she wants to be. It's kind of fun. These junior dragsters are so small they actually fit in one of the tire tracks of some of the larger vehicles here. All right. And Leia Jasic-Flamin runs a 1207 on an 1194. It's a 1207 on 1194. And in our first pair, this is Thomas Jasic-Flamin in the left-hand lane, dialed in at 1184. He was the winner of of the points race number 1 event. Victoria Desjarlais is his opponent. She's dialed in at a 1364, and she was runner-up. So a bit of a rematch from the points race final a couple weeks ago. Thomas obviously wanting to repeat that outcome. Victoria looking to change it. And they're going to bump in the stage. Both dragsters are staged now. Light comes down. Oh, man, the red light comes on. 004 on the wrong side of red. That is heartbreaking. 004 red for Victoria. Thomas Jasic-Flamin will advance to the next round. He ran an 1187 on an 1184. And we're just going to do a quick bit of prep before we move on into the next round. Oh. I'm getting reports that we've got a little bit of rain right now, so we'll just wait and see what's happening with that. Regardless, there'll be a little bit of prep work that will need to be done before we can get on to the next round of competition. I will be back with you once I know a little bit more.
Attention in the pits. Can we get Glenn Wright to the tower, please? Glenn Wright.
And Sherry Gordon.
And Sherry Gordon, please. Sherry Gordon.
All right, we are in a rain delay, folks, so you're going to want to head on over to Hector's Grub Hub and grab yourself a bite to eat, or to the Mackenzie Auto Group Beer Garden, grab yourself a clean, crisp, cool, responsible adult beverage, because we are in a bit of a rain delay here, folks. So now would be a time to go grab a bite to eat or a cool drink, and we will be back when we're back. All executive, if you could meet by the shop, please. That's all executive. Please proceed to the shop for a meeting. Right now. Right now. So yeah, that's all executive to the shop for a meeting right now, please. All executive to the shop for a meeting, please, right now, please. All executive to the shop right now for a meeting. That is all executive to the shop right now for a meeting.
Attention pitch, attention pitch. Can I get all SIR staff to the base of the tower? Okay, guys. This rain is kind of on the edge of us, and we're not going to sit here all day playing back and forth. So this is the decision that we've decided. We are going to postpone this race, and we're going to run it in 2 weeks at our next Saturday race. So what we're going to do in 2 weeks of that Saturday race, we'll give everybody that's there for the day one hit in the morning to go towards qualifying for the second race of the day. And then we're going to go into this race and finish this race. Then we'll do another qualifying after the race is done, and then we'll start race number 2. That will be in 2 weeks at the next Saturday event. So that's what we're going to do. Tomorrow the weather doesn't look good, but we'll just play it by ear tomorrow and see if we can get into tomorrow's race and get it done. But for today's race, we're going to pull it, and we're going to run it in 2 weeks. But the good thing is we are going to run the pit bike thing right now, and we're going to get it done and out of the way right away. So everybody that's in the pit bike race, please come to the stage lanes ASAP, because we still have the ambulance and staff here. We're still on the clock. So we want to try to save as much money and get the pit bike race going and finish up for the night. So once again, this race will be run in 2 weeks. And we just watched Facebook and email for what we'll do is everything I just repeated we'll send back out to you guys. And let's hope tomorrow we're still racing. So right now, anybody that entered for the pit bike race, we're going to run it right now and get it done here within an hour and send staff and ambulance home after we're done. Thank you. Tangent pits. Okay, everybody in the pit bike race, I need you guys ASAP to the start or to the stage lines right now. I want to get this thing running in like 10 minutes, please. So everybody in the pit bike race to the stage lanes ASAP. Also, I screwed up. It's 3 weeks when we're running this race. Not 2 weeks, 3 weeks. So it's the last weekend in June, which is the 27th, 28th weekend. So we'll be on points race number 4.
I'll just do this. I'm just gonna tap my knob. Can you guys hear me out there? All right, I'm coming down. You guys are in trouble. All right, I go have fun with that. Are you joining or are you taking off? I'm gonna head off here. Okay, man. I'll see you tomorrow. You're here? I'm here. Sounds good, bro. Thanks, Doug. Anything you want me to say? Just get everybody out there.
I need everyone there. We need to get going.
Okay. All right, everybody. Our first pit race of, is it 2026? We need all of the pit racers in the staging lanes immediately. We got to get this underway. Meta V ambulance is going to have a temper tantrum if we don't start. Austin Stetner is going to start drinking more if we don't start. Austin, did you put a number on your bike? You can't put 6.9. It's got to be 69. Mon frère. Oh. Austin, I didn't list your number. I'm just totally kidding. 69 is a good time interrupted by a period is what that is. Everybody's got to have a number. You put any number you want. What number did you register with? I didn't register you. Brenda said you were registered. She just needed a payment. So I had to bail you out of jail again. Pit vehicle races, we need all the vehicles up to the staging lanes. Pretty please. What's going on with you?
Waiting to have a couple beers, probably win this, and then call it a night.
Well, you got a cup holder here.
I know.
Nothing in it.
Some bullshit. The guys I'm with are loading the car, and they didn't bring me a beer. So
Well, there's no beers allowed past this line. Is that what we're saying? There's no beer past this line? Is that fair? Nope. Past this line. Jake Fiesel, there's no drinking again while you're going down the track. You know what happened last time? I think you hit that bump and pissed yourself, didn't you? Yeah, you pissed yourself. I saw you. Oh, that was sweat. I'm sorry. I was sweating. How are you? Nice to see you.